Yo! Welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. Welcome back. Good to see you all. Let me greet some people here. Sib, Nox, Jelly, Second Knot, Corsair, Mr. Stunt, Ledium, all the usual suspects, all the usual faces, Neoletta, everyone, Elaval, Gamer, Shinlane. How's it going? How's it going? Let's get back to some more Death Stranding, shall we? And later on, I think we'll switch over and do some of the thing. Give me a second here. We'll get this show on the road. We'll get this up and running. Ba-boo. Ba-da-boo-da-boo-da-ba-doo. Sucking on my balls. Oh, my big fat balls. My big balls. Hold up. If you'd like to suck my balls. Hey, hopefully this captured. My OBS is being really weird lately about capturing stuff. Okay, can you guys see the game? Ghosty as well. Hello, Ghosty. Hold on a second. You can just see, all you can see right now is a black screen. What the hell? Game capture. Very strange. Yeah, a game capture says it's capturing DS. Nothing else is in the way, I don't think. Let me just turn off the game and load it up again. Okay. Sorry about this. Kind of weird yesterday when I wanted to show that image on stream and I wasn't able to see it on my OBS preview, even though you could see it on stream. Okay, let me just... Now I will try opening the game. If you'd like to suck on my balls. Okay, are you guys seeing the game now? We're good? Okay, I have no idea. Weird, I've never had these issues with OBS before. Scary. Scary new issues. Okay. Someone was asking me a question just now. Let me scroll up. My mic has issues. How's the mic sounding overall? I'm using a filter because I have an air conditioner turned on, so it'll I might cut out when I get loud. Spriggan, may I ask you a lore question? Where does this suck my balls come from? What is the origins? I think it began with a playthrough of Snake's Revenge. There was a piece of music playing in Snake's Revenge, and I just started singing "Suck My Balls" along with the melody, and then it just kind of took off from there. But yeah, it started with a Snake's Revenge playthrough. You can go and look up that playthrough on my YouTube channel. It should be there, where you can go back and see the very origins of it. But yeah, I guess I'll have to write this in my memoirs in my Twitch memoirs when I'm 70 years old. Hold on a second. Mint. Nico also donated 10 earlier. Don't want to put that under the rug. Also suck my balls. Mint, thank you again for your insane generosity, and we will get around to that Cyberpunk run at some point. Yeah, cheers, man. Just as always, you're unbelievably generous. Over $1,000 fucking dollars. Almost $1,500. What was it? 1,337 leet dollars. Cheers, man, as always. And Nico, if you're there, I don't think Nico's here at the moment. Nico, thank you. Thank you. Okay, hold on. Let me see if I have anyone else to thank. Mint resubbed a few hours ago as well. Thank you for that, Mint. Wolf. Wait, no, Wolf's was during my last stream, I think. Okay, let's get to it, shall we? Oh, boy.
Beginning scan. Scanning bridges ID.
But,
Verifying ID. Clear. Weapons
maybe
detected. All weapons will be locked until departure.
Yeah.
Verified. Thank you.
Yeah, maybe I will restart it from the beginning. I really don't know what I'm gonna do. I saw Shifty's comment on Discord where he said quite plainly that female V voice, that voice just does not gel with how you would imagine a corpo archetype, and that it's really and that it really sounds like it's made for the street kid or one of the other starting classes. So I think maybe if I'm able to just start from the beginning with a new class with this idea in mind of who my character is and how it fits with this voice, it might be easier for me to then accept this character as my character in the story. I'm sure it'll also be a bit of a pain having to go through the whole intro again. But yeah, we'll see. We'll see. We'll be having a break from the game for a while anyway before we get to it, so we'll see how it goes. Also, going in without any expectations might be good. Are you out of your fucking mind? I just played the intro of the game. You want me to go in without any expectations of the first 8 hours of the game? You don't want me to expect what I just experienced. I mean, I already went into the game without many expectations. You know, I was not anticipating Cyberpunk in any way whatsoever. I was not a part of the hype train. I had no previous investment in CD Projekt Red as a developer. You know, all my expectations were based off the game that I started to play. I had very few preconceived expectations.
How you doing, Sam?
Sam, to review. Your present objective is to extend the Cairo network from Lake Knot City to South Knot City. To that end, you'll need to utilize prepper shelters as way stations. Frankly, it won't be easy. Fragile's tried to get some of them on board, but you know how preppers are. More than a few won't want anything to do with the UCA. So we've got to prove to them they're better off with us. Figure out what they need and what we can provide, and then deliver. Do that, and they just might agree to join us. All right, get to it. The list of orders is on the terminal.
Just give them loads of shit. Give them loads of presents, and then they just won't be able to resist. It's like Amazon in real life. You know, you just can't resist ordering stuff. It's so easy. They have so many things to give me. Who cares if they're gonna destroy the planet? Let's share another memory chip here. You're not enjoying your second run, Ichiban? But yeah, you know, with Cyberpunk, it was going into the game. I didn't really have many preconceived expectations. It was the game itself and that intro and the choices they gave me at the start, which gave me those expectations. Like, are these different classes? Well, I'm a corpo. I can be this guy. And then they just kind of scrapped that, fast forwarded through a whole intro, said, okay, let's
Thanks.
start with the intro again. You know, I think the intro is always going to be this kind of sloppy mess, regardless. Okay.
Well, well, would you look at this? Thank you so much, Sam.
The game sets false expectations with its character creation and with, like, just the whole opening story as well. Like, because it kind of feels like they scrap, like, the very idea of having that as, like, being an interesting backstory for your character. You know, it's practically over before it begins. Like, what? It's kind of intriguing that the setup, you know, the guy that, you know, you're given this mission to kill this higher up. Your boss gives you this mission. Then you get betrayed, and like, okay, that's like, it wasn't like the most fascinating of intros, but it's still something that you grappled onto. But then, you know, it kind of feels like that gets flushed down the toilet and gets replaced by another intro after that. You know, you fast forward, and then like the implications of all of that and what you did kind of starts to lose its relevance, or, you know, it's something that you stop thinking about shortly after, because it doesn't really have much to do with your immediate objectives. You know, in the news story, in the flash forward story, and it kind of fades into the background.
Thank you for your contribution.
Okay, I think I'll go back down and get a bit more stamina.
Your work is greatly appreciated.
Your work is greatly appreciated. Okay. Tell Amelie we're true believers. From Mr. Jake Wind. Yeah, let's have a few chugs of this, because we might be out for a while. We can take on three packages at the same time here. We'll probably be out for a little while. Gotta check to see if we have any nightmares here to trigger. Oh, that was enough to get my connection level up to 1 star with BB. I didn't check the mirror. And we'll try and get it at some point. Okay, let's stash some of this stuff in the private
Looks like
locker.
you've got an empty container there, huh?
Recycle.
Feel free to submit junk like that to Bridges. You might not have a use for it, but we do.
Okay. Stick that in the private locker. I wish recycling could be an easier option in the menu. You know, if you could just select it from any of these menus instead of having to go into it, into its own individual category. Used. Oh, I have loads of used shit here. Let's stick it on there. Well. Stick everything in, I may as well. Okay.
By handing over excess materials to a facility, you can increase the amount stored on site. Now, these materials can then be used later for equipment fabrication and so forth. Just remember that each facility has separate stores and that the amount on hand differs from site to site. Don't get carried away.
Okay.
Thank you for your continued support.
New materials are now available. Yeah, you recycle, you get more crystals here, more resins. I guess it depends what you recycle. Okay, we have 3 orders to take here. Evo Devo unit to the engineer. The engineer gives us our first skeleton, if I remember correctly. We get our power skeleton from Junji Ito. Prescription medicine for the elder up on his big hill up there. Gun parts over to the craftsman, over to Herman Hulst.
This is a somewhat unusual order. You're going to want to review the key points in the summary.
Okay. Take the Evo Devo unit to the engineer in Shelter 2306 and ask him to join the chiral network. The Evo Devo unit works in conjunction with the chiral network and the chiral printer, and allows entire objects to be recreated from mere fragments of the original. Be aware that it is still in the prototype stage, however. Okay. We can manifest an entire civilization from the chiral network, from thin air, by going into the past, sending data through to the world of the dead. Building the future and keeping the past alive are one and the same thing. Literally. The future is the past. The elder in Shelter 2318 needs his prescription. Take it to him and ask him to join the chiral network. He's getting old, and because his shelter is pretty hard for porters to reach, his supplies are running low. Medicine that the elder in Shelter 2318 needs to take on a daily basis. And the craftsman. Take the gun parts and the anti-BT weapons to the craftsman. The craftsman is interested in self-defense, and especially in converting lethal weapons into non-lethal ones.
An empty container tagged with a fake ID, aka decoy cargo. Could be useful for fooling folks who can't get enough of other people's deliveries.
Yeah, I'll take one of those to use a bit later when we go into that mule camp. There we go. Stick it on the back as well. Or there, that'll do. Alright, let's hit the road. Craftsman the craftsman is Herman Hulst. The engineer is Junji Ito.
Have a pleasant journey.
Keep on keeping on.
You're passing through mule territory. Move fast and quiet. As if they see you. If they catch you. To think that they're parents reporters like you who risk life and limb to try and keep our country together. And now their broken children carry on the work without any understanding of what it once meant. It's a ritual to them. The delivery. An insatiable addiction. And they'll be coming for you to get their next fix.
Sounds like he's really getting off on it there, Die Hardman. Oh, yeah. Oh, that's insatiable. But, yeah, Herman Holst of Guerrilla Games. Kojima Productions, of course, partnered up with Guerrilla Games. They lent them their engine. And it started to become a collaborative process where the Kojima production staff would work on the engine. It became a collaboration engine, a collaborative engine. Renamed to Decima when Kojima Productions came on board. So it wasn't just that they lent them their engine, they started to work on it together.
Have a pleasant journey.
Well, the mules, they do go around grabbing packages and taking them back to their own camp. You will see them wandering around taking stuff. They don't deliver to other preppers, but they'll take stuff. They'll be scouring the land close to them, and they'll take some stuff back to their post boxes. Okay. Yeah, the Kojima Productions, I think Kojima said that he doesn't want his staff to go over 150. So I think he said he broke his own rule, but only slightly.
There we go.
Alright. I always like to take this path away from the mules here. Just go for a casual stroll. Over here to the craftsman, then to the elder, and then around to the engineer. Avoiding the mules altogether here. And then we'll steal a truck from them later. What kind of bullshit ladder is this? I mean, maybe we're just seeing the one ladder here. Maybe he planted another one that didn't manifest.
That's quite a drop.
To go all the way down. Yeah, it is a bit of a drop. Let's go back down. Whoa. Mules don't fight against the terrorists, no. Terrorists only have a couple of camps in this. Over on the other side of the map. It's all mules on this side of the map. Yeah, I guess it's all mules on this side of the map and all terrorists on the other side of the map. There are no mules on the other side. Alright, let's cross this little stream here. The Homo Demons. The Homo Demons versus the Homo Ludens. I guess the Homo Demons are anti-gamers, anti-play. I I kind of want to go back to Jeff, actually. Deliver him some more stuff so I can get those...
Yeah.
So I can get those Homo Ludens emails. After reading a bit of Heisinger's text, I'm kind of intrigued to see some of that again. Get some cryptobiotes. I need to remember to stop to get cryptobiotes every time I see them, just so we don't run into any problems with Cliff later.
There we go.
Or when I tried to do the second Cliff fight without any equipment brought in on very hard, that was a total nightmare. I never finished it. I never went back and finished that Cliff run. Base level equipment on very hard in those fights is rough. Although, if you stocked up on cryptobiotes, you'd be okay. I guess if you have a small amount of cryptobiotes on top of it, it's pretty rough. Whoop. Yeah, I remember just tanking through those fights last time with the cryptobiotes.
Almost toppled over.
Very hard doesn't really make those fights more interesting. You know, I guess it makes them a bit more challenging. You have to defeat him one more time. He deals more damage.
It's a close one.
But I think I might prefer the way it's balanced on hard, just because, you know, it's not as drawn out. Grab some more cryptobiotes here. Pretty nice not having all the structures.
Give me a break.
I was thinking of doing an offline playthrough, but nah, it'd be too lonesome. I want to see all the stuff. See the pavers set up there. For a long playthrough with bikes and roads, I feel like I know the game well enough at this point where it wouldn't be that much of a pain dealing with the roads. You know, if you just focus on 5-starring a few of the distro centers early to build up a load of materials. And I know some of the good paths and strats to deliver some of the big hauls in the early to mid-game. Ooh, that looks nice. Hold on, let me switch my controller here. Whoa.
It's a close one.
Yeah, I had a great time with this game on launch, just trying to functioning. Yeah, Mint the Lunatic donated $1,000. More than $1,000.
Okay.
$1,337. I don't know why this game got so much hate. I think it's kind of understandable. Yeah, I think it was almost asking for the hate. When you create a game with that first main mission to deliver President Strand's body up to the incinerator, that is just not going to vibe with a mainstream audience. You know? This game is, you know, it was marketed as this big budget AAA blockbuster video game, and it doesn't really fit in with that general mold of what a modern AAA blockbuster game is. Like the core gameplay of this is something that would generally be more of a niche kind of thing. You know, it's like a work sim in so many ways. It's trying to be a work sim and an action cinematic blockbuster at the same time. Like, and all this kind of stuff, like just the slow traversal
Thanks.
through the land, being like, a lot of people just have a visceral negative reaction to mechanics that weigh your character down, forcing you to slowly move. Like, that just it just doesn't feel good to a lot of people, you know. And you have to build up to a catharsis in this.
Okay.
And, you know, the opening of the game is very, very slow, too. That tutorial, very long, very slow, incessant tutorializing. Die Hardman yapping in your ear non-stop. I think it bothered me in this playthrough more than it ever has before. It kind of, it got to me more this time. I was like, Jesus Christ, man, they never shut up. On my first playthrough, it didn't faze me one bit, because everything was so fresh and so new, and I had no idea of, you know, how, you know, I had no idea what the game was. And I guess the tutorials were also more useful, you know. I was genuinely much more interested in the tutorials. But yeah, on repeat playthroughs, the opening of this game, even when you enjoy the game, can be rough. Yeah, hopefully DS2 has a bit of a faster intro. Or, you know, hopefully they're not explaining all of the same things again. Right. Whoop.
Come on. Keep it together.
Beginning scan. Scanning bridges ID. Fragile Express ID verified. All weapons will remain locked until departure. Cargo verified. Thank you.
Yeah, I haven't seen any trailers apart from the first one. That was enough. Just give me a little taste, a little teaser. Give me a sense of the vibe and the theme. That's all I need. All right, Herman. Does the director's cut warrant a second playthrough? The director's cut isn't like a fundamental game changer, but it does add some really nice new tools and stuff. Like, if you already really like the game, I would recommend the director's cut. You know, if you ever want to play the game again and you enjoyed it the first time, I would recommend the director's cut, just so you get to play around with some of the new tools. Some of the new structures are fun. The ramps, the jump ramps are cool. Buddy Bot is a legend. But I think Buddy Bot is only really going to be a legend if you're inclined to play the game a certain way. Like, if you're caring about, like, min-maxing deliveries and taking on, like, huge amounts of orders. Going around the map 5-starring and stuff. The chiral bridges are really cool, but I think it's just like they're just a small little thing. But I really like the chiral bridges. It's kind of cool the way they work.
Delivering cargo.
You're not with Fragile Express, are you? Oh, I get it. Bridget is using their IDs to complete the delivery. Well, good work, son. I'll take that off your hands. Package looks... brand new. Wow. Been a while since I've seen cargo in such good shape. Thank you kindly. I know it couldn't have been easy.
It was pretty easy. It was just a casual stroll.
What's your angle anyway? Everyone knows Fragile was behind the attack that wiped out Middle Knot City. Only a damn fool would trust that terrorist to deliver shit now. But here you are, filling in. Keeping her business alive for her, am I right? I swear. Can't trust anyone these days. Don't try sweet-talking me onto your little network. You know why there's been so many terrorist attacks recently? Because you all pissed them off with your talk of reuniting the country. Join the UCA. I may as well paint a bullseye on my shelter. Just keep my deliveries coming. We'll get along just fine. I don't need any trouble. Though I will say, I appreciate these hematic grenades of yours. Quality work, gotta admit. Not the sort of equipment the UCA ought to keep to itself. There's a lot of freelance porters operating in these parts, after all. If I could churn these out by the boatload and gear up those folks. Now you're good people. I can see that. And you brought my order like I asked. But it'll take more than that for me to agree to what you're asking. Chiral Network is a big step.
I'll deliver you shit. You join the network.
Prove to me Bridges is an organization I can trust. Well, how about this? Do another run for me.
Exactly.
The details on the terminal there.
Good work. New order available.
You know what my
Please
job
access
is.
delivery terminal
I deliver
for further
shit.
information.
You join the network. Alright, we have to go in and get this toolbox for him.
Not far from Middle Knot City, you'll find the ruins of an old shopping mall. They predate the Death Stranding. The craftsmen used to live there. Until terrorists organized a void out or two and BTs started showing up. Needless to say, the craftsman had to move house in a hurry. Grabbed what little he could and left most everything else behind. Which is where you come in. He wants you to go and get his old toolkit and bring it back to the shelter. His old home's locked up tight, but he'll open it remotely for you when you set out. Place is crawling with BTs, though. No one in their right mind would even try to pull this off. But if you can, then the old man might finally realize Bridges is only trying to help.
Okay. Retrieve the craftsman's toolbox from the ruins of the shopping mall. Once you've retrieved his toolbox, try to ensure that he joins the chiral network. I'll take that on.
The toolkit you're looking for ought to be in my old shelter. It's been tagged, so shouldn't have any trouble finding the place. I'll unlock it remotely once you get there. Oh, and take some of those hematic grenades you brought with you. Nothing you'll want more when those BTs put your back against the wall, right? Here's hoping it won't come to that.
Okay, I'll take this. Thank you. Yeah, some of the people that you hook up to here, they're more or less stand-ins for who they are in real life. You know, like Herman Hulst as the craftsman, that connection to Guerrilla Games and who they got the engine from to create this game. Jeff Keighley as the Ludens fan, the Kojima Productions fanboy of the game. I'm not sure why Junji Ito is the engineer, though. Is there any connection between the real-life Junji Ito and who the engineer is? I don't know. You have the film director, Jordan Vogt Roberts, who is supposed to be directing the MGS movie, but that probably got cancelled. You know, another one of Kojima's real-life connections. The game is, of course, as it often is with Kojima, very much autobiographical. You know, it's about Kojima's new start and the connections that he still has and the new connections that he made to build this new studio and this new game. You start out as the freelance porter, independent, after you've lost everything in a post-apocalypse. You have to rebuild civilization. You have to meet new people, gain new connections, and rebuild. You start off as a freelancer. You get tied to a huge company, Bridges. And you create this new world under Bridges.
Order assigned.
Okay. We head up to the Elder. Well, I go and get this toolbox first.
Hello? Hello?
These boys. Yeah, and Death Stranding 2 seems to be questioning the theme of DS1. Should we have connected? Huh? And apparently it's going to be darker, more violent, inspired by his COVID experience. And I'm sure the way you know, the way people behaved online during COVID, some of the increasing divisions in society and the selfishness of people. I guess where you saw a lot of people unwilling to look out for the other person. Where you saw a lot of people just thinking about themselves and themselves alone. And I guess he himself also had a pretty rough time with COVID, personally. You know, he was hit pretty bad with it, wondering if he'd, you know, ever be able to go back and make his next game.
Yo!
Porters. Porters are freelance delivery personnel. They do not steal people's cargo. And do not pose any threat. So be sure to offer a friendly greeting should you encounter one. What's with the new mic settings? Oh no, does it sound worse than yesterday? They should be the same. Sounds okay? It sounds alright? Okay. Yeah, no, there are mic problems. I have a filter turned on because I have a really loud air conditioner on in the background. So I need to use a filter so you don't hear it while I talk. But it also fucks with my voice as well a bit, so. Yeah. I'm not sure what he just gave me, but thanks.
Keep on keeping on.
There we go.
Yeah, I'll cut out sometimes if I get really loud. If I get high-pitched or loud. Whoop. Little Mario jump. All right, over to the Elder.
Steady.
Maybe I should have went for the toolbox first, actually, to get him on the chiral network. So when I bring a truck over there, I'll be able to plant a generator. I'm sure we'll be okay regardless. Ooh, those boots. There we go. I'm pretty intrigued by the idea of setting out to new lands. How are these other places going to react when we arrive? And we're here to establish our chiral network. Are they going to be happy to greet us? Well, I'm assuming that's what we'll be doing. Are we going to be preaching the good word of Amelie? I mean, I'm kind of curious to see how Amelie will be treated post DS1. He kind of reminds me of a boss type character, you know, like the boss from MGS. All these characters trying to carry on the legacy of this one woman and what her vision is. Snake's, or rather Sam's connection to her. Right, which way am I gonna go here? Whoop. Maybe twice. Let's stop for a little drink here. 16 cryptobiotes. Okay, we need to pop up on those.
Nice.
Okay, we'll head up to the Elder first and then swoop down to the Engineer. Head up this way. Does pissing in the same spot over and over grow cryptobiote plants? If multiple players piss in the same spot, it'll create a big cluster, which will grow cryptobiotes. And you'll be able to take slightly more cryptobiotes from a homegrown player thing than one already in the game. You're not allowed to take all that many more, though, I don't think. Just like a couple more. There are also, like, super cryptobiotes that you get from one guy for, like, 5-starring them or something. Whoop.
Oh, whoa. That was close.
Playing a new game, The Alters. What kind of game is it? A horror game? Which path am I taking here? Sweet. Whoa. Let's stop and look at the view here. Good speed tech? I wasn't trying to use any speed tech. All right, Mr. Elder, I have your medicine.
Beginning scan. Scanning bridges ID. Fragile Express ID verified. Weapons detected.
Odie, how's it going?
I've been expecting you. You are my lifeline. I've only managed to get this far thanks to porters, and you don't ask for anything in return.
What were you
have my
expecting, Muff?
gratitude. Let's see how's the package. Wow, this is great. Excellent job, thank you.
I mean, like, what? You trigger the pissing state, and then you take flight. You fly through the air and deliver your packages. What else was it gonna be?
So you're here on behalf of Fragile Express. Please tell me.
It's pretty funny watching him fly through the air.
When Fragile, the daughter of the founder, started associating with other couriers, things started getting scary around here. Rumors say that she caused the explosion at Middle Knot City, and there's a part of me that believes it. Of course, she could be just another one of their victims. Are you connecting the chiral network? I don't mind a contract with Bridges, but I'm not going to join the UCA. Go ahead if you're fine with that.
heard it from Fragile. But preppers who don't want to be a part of the UCA can still sign a contract with Bridges to join the network. They get to use our delivery services and other basic Cairo network infrastructure, much like our full members. Similarly, you'll be able to use their Cairo printing facilities to replenish your supplies. They are not, however, obligated to exchange data with us. So don't expect them to share intel or help with the development of new tech. In an ideal world, everyone would be a part of the UCA, of course. But failing that, we want everyone to at least be a part of the network. They can always change their minds after the fact. The Cupid will interface differently with the terminal depending on the type of contract. So connect your Cupid to confirm.
Okay. So they get to hook up to the network even though they're not officially a part of the UCA. They get to use their services. Elder has entered a contract with Bridges. There we go. We enter the network. This portion of the map now gets populated with player structures, which we can utilize.
The company just got too big. Times like these, we should all keep it close and tight. That goes for couriers, too. Otherwise, we'll just make the same mistakes. Republics, federations, coalitions, states, connecting all kinds of people together. It's just asking for trouble. Sorry. It's been a while since I last talked to anyone. Travel safe. See you around, then.
Good work. New order available. Please access delivery.
All right, that's one prepper way station. 2 to go.
All right, old man. Waving your stick. We have standard orders. Take this back to Lake Knot later. Yeah, fuck it. I may as well take that on. 19 kg. All right.
Order assigned.
Old man yells at Chiral Cloud.
Weapons restrictions lifted.
So you really do have a reason to yell at the clouds in this. Those Chiral Clouds, you know, they've... Well, you can't fly planes anymore because of those clouds. You can't connect anymore because of those clouds. Alright, let's grab some more of these crypto biotes. Okay, not sure what path I should take here. Move some ladders. Whoa. Hey, that ladder was still handy. Might have been a bit jank, but it was handy. Grab some more of these. Get a bit of speed. This is on PC, Ichiban. Yep. As Lamono in the chat, did I miss him? I love the little double jump. Whoop. The road! This always takes me back to my first playthrough of the game. Seeing the road and wondering what the hell I was looking at. Always loved the visual of the road with the tarry tendrils underneath it. The tarry stalactites. Kind of interesting how that is, you know, it's the only structure in the game that has the, like, that tar attached to it, where you really feel like it's from the world of the dead. All the structures you manifest are wired through the beach and into the into the world of the dead, but this is the only one where you see, like, tar actually dangling from it. Floating BT jellyfish, yeah. Hey, I'm dying. How's it going?
Beginning scan. Scanning bridges ID. Fragile Express ID verified. Weapons detected. All weapons will be locked until departure. Cargo verified. Thank you.
You there. Bridges wants you.
Uncle Sam wants you.
Delivering cargo.
Thanks. Sam Bridges, I presume? I've heard of you. The man trekking across the country trying to reconnect folks. I appreciate you bringing me this. I do. Times have been tough without Fragile Express to handle deliveries. Let me just check the cargo. Huh. Wow. You took really good care of this. I'll let Bridges know how the V&V testing goes. Thanks again.
You're welcome. We get a new rank. You've been awarded the title of Expert Handler. More successful deliveries will earn you greater trust and respect. Okay.
I need you to understand something. It's about Fragile. You might have heard she helped terrorists, that she didn't care who got hurt. But I'm telling you, that's gotta be bullshit. Her and her people put their lives on the line to get us what we needed. She's a hero through and through. Look, I was born in this shelter. The only world I've ever known is within these walls. So when people talk about America, I can't even begin to imagine it. But if that Cupid connects me to everyone else, I won't have to. So yeah, I want to join the UCA. I want to see what I've been missing.
Guns! One more connection. And we get our first power skeleton.
And with that, my standalone 3D printer is capable of chiral printing. Assuming it works, the Evo Devo unit should enable me to replicate all kinds of archived objects. We can rebuild America one piece at a time. In the meantime, I can use the network to see what's going on in the cities, track mule and terrorist activity. It's like you brought me the whole wide world in that package. Thank you, Sam. Let's do business again. Oh yeah. I've got a little something I'd like you to put through its paces. An assist unit I developed myself. Works perfectly in sim trials, but I need someone to test it out on solid ground. And if it makes your job a little easier, all the better.
Hey, the classic cardboard box here. Huey Emmerich nod.
Sam, active skeletons attach to your legs and augment your physical capabilities. The one you've got there is a load-bearing AS, designed to reinforce your joints. Just wearing an AS will provide additional support, but you can also boost it to maximize its potential. Go ahead and take it for a spin. You won't be disappointed.
All right. No, Mango will have to suffer through that later on. Conan and his bad jokes. But it could have been worse. Remember, could have been worse. Could have been Jimmy Fallon in the game. So let's be thankful. An active skeleton that reduces cargo burden by bearing some of the weight. The wearer's cargo carrying capacity will be greatly increased while the skeleton is equipped and battery power is available. Simply equip. Yeah.
Thank you kindly. Come around again soon.
Good work. New
Yay.
order available. Please access delivery terminal for further information.
More capacity. We'll get to soften the burden a bit. What do you have here? Not really sure how I want to do this playthrough. It was really fun last time when I had like this very specific goal in mind of like delivering everything, doing every last thing in the game, and I was trying to min-max all the stuff. Definitely don't want to do that this time, but maybe I'll still focus on like 5-starring certain parts of the game, or like this part of the map, this stretch from Lake Knot to South Knot. Okay, I'll take these. I'm gonna take everything. Go.
Order assigned.
I love Sam's character design in this, and just all the detail on the tech, the packages, how tactile and physical it all feels. So many little touches, all the little bits of text and official Bridges writing. The way everything looks when it starts to degrade and wear. The kind of feeling of all that. The sound effects. Okay. I think we're ready to roll. Yeah, I have the smoke-emitting decoy. I think I'm going to do what I did here last time. Place down a decoy, wait for the mules to come up, steal their truck, and then get the hell out of here. Let's create a PCC. Take 2 of them for good measure. All right.
Thanks again for everything.
Weapons restrictions lifted.
Whoa, Jesus.
Thanks.
Hey, Razzie with the 19 months. Thank you. Okay. We'll wait until we get into mule territory here. Ooh, I'm carrying a load of packages. Hopefully the smoke-emitting decoy takes priority over my packages. Okay. Yeah, my cargo's still being pinged here. I guess I could drop this cargo too. Okay, let's... Sorry, Sam, you can't stop now. I think we're still in the network. Road construction area. Oh!
Alright, time to move.
Yeah, the paver is right there. I think I'm safe here anyway from the mules. All I need is a few seconds. Okay, how about here?
Now
There we go.
Construction complete.
Hey, buddy. You're on electricity fire right now.
Okay, where am I gonna cross? The water really drains the battery. Yeah. Okay, over this way.
Wonder if anyone's watching.
Beginning scan. Scanning bridges ID. Fragile Express ID verified. Weapons detected. All weapons
Okay,
locked until
nice.
departure. All clear. Welcome.
A little bit
Porter
sloppy. We damaged some of those packages when they forced me out of the vehicle. When we had to dive out of the vehicle. Did any of the contents get damaged? Ooh, 12%, 11%, 9%. We'll see if we can still get the S. I'm not sure how much damage you're allowed to take before the rank drops. Alright, let's go and do this next job for Herman. Stick that in the locker. We got our hematics here. Okay. Ba-ba-da-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba. Okay, yeah, I'll go with what I have. Actually, no, I won't. Because that BT rain is lethal in there on very hard. I don't want to destroy my PCC. Let's put that in there. Climbing anchor. All right, let's do it. Yeah, I'll leave the truck there. Ooh, these boots. I should be okay. I'll take some sandals just in case. If you didn't know, footwear naturally grows in this world. Those are sandals that you can wear. They barely last. Especially on very hard, I would imagine. Sandalweed, treasured by porters as an emergency replacement for boots. Sandalweed is not very durable, but can save you in a pinch. When walking in these, footsteps are almost inaudible to others and can be helpful in sneaky situations. I actually forgot that you get a stealth buff from the sandalweed. Yeah, the tiny bar of durability. All right. Hey, how's it going, Greg's? The timer? Yeah, you can thank Mint for that. He came in with his usual Mint shenanigans. He donated a shitload of money. Let's take a drink here, shall we? We're getting thirsty. Okay. Love that little shiver animation that we get, you know, when we approach BTs. Yeah. I think that's supposed to be like Sam's, Doom's sensing ability. Really nice looking area here. Ooh, take it easy. Very close. Whoa. Love how the water looks in this. I love the big boys, the big fat BTs. About thick the BT rain looks. Really feels, it really looks acidic. I pointed this out yesterday, but just to say it again here, look how the raindrops on the camera here actually move up the screen. Only the BT rain does this because it's from the chiral mirror world, the world of the dead. So it doesn't drop down the camera, it moves up. Yeah, even though it's right there in front of your face, it's kind of easy to miss. You just don't pay attention. All right. I think that's all I'm gonna take. There's some good materials here. Ooh, that doesn't even weigh me down. No way. Forgot the power skeleton was that good. Okay, back out. Let me take a look at the map. Oh yeah, we're not on the network yet, so I can't use other player structures. I was going to see if anyone left a decent ladder or a rope up here. Okay, I think I'll go back the way I came. In between these two boys here. Why no grenades? I don't need them. Oh, I might be fucked here. Take a drink. Wasn't keeping track of that stamina. Good. Hey, okay. You okay there, Sam? Whoa! Take it easy. Whoa! 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 I really feel for Sam's struggle. Okay. The packages are okay. The containers can get as rusty as possible. The contents will still be fine. As long as you don't fall. The rustier the container, the more damage the contents will take if you fall. But if you never fall, you don't have to worry about the contents. I love when the containers just turn to charcoal.
Time for a drink.
Whoop. Do I have any spray with me? I can't remember if I took any out with me. Yeah, I don't think so.
Okay, just a bit further now.
Our max stamina is in bad shape here.
Beginning scan. Scanning bridges ID. Fragile Express ID verified. Weapons detected. All weapons will be locked until the cargo verified. Thank you.
I'm not sure, actually, if he gets different dialogue at, like, really low max stamina. Oh, that footwear. Ooh, Sam, are you okay there? Where's my sandalweed? Do you lose it when you unequip it? Yeah, I have a bit more juice than these ones anyway. Ah, catharsis.
Thanks for the help. This one's for you.
Look at all the likes we're giving each other. Actually, I think I only gave them 1 like. See you later, boys.
Delivering cargo.
What? You kidding me? You actually went into that hellhole? You don't know what this means to me. Whole lot of memories in these old tools. The kind of stuff you can't replace with a chiral printer. I was giving you an impossible mission. Oh, yes. Now we're talking. Wait till you see the weapons I make with these sand bridges. You are incredible. Thank you.
Wait.
Now, to be fair, Fragile and her crew never did me wrong. Could say I owe them even. If they're running with Higgs now, and that makes them as bad as him, don't it? It's as if all the motherfucking terrorists are coming together like one big happy family. Might be time for us to do the same.
Yeah, I don't give a
Maybe there's
fuck,
hope
man.
for us after all.
Bring me onto the network.
At least if there's more folks like you in the UCA. Safety in numbers, huh? And the new America to boot.
Yeah. Come on.
Connect me to the chiral network.
Yeah. Onto the network. Do you want me to connect you or not? Because if you keep this up... Terrorists posing as Fragile Express couriers. And that's how my story ends.
Right. Now that you're looking out for me, it's only fair that I look out for you. So, as long as you keep me connected, I'll keep on supplying you with my best tools. And together we all might live a little longer. Oh, by the way, check out this beauty I made. It's called a bowler gun. Should keep anyone from giving you trouble for a minute.
These bowler guns are pretty
lethal,
OP.
of course. I can't promise it won't leave marks, but that's on them. If you think you could use it, take it.
Ebola gun, huh? That could come in handy. As is, you can use it to restrain human targets without killing them. But swap out those wires with strands spun from your blood, and it might even work on BTs. Go ahead. Give it a whirl.
Okay, thank you. Fires binding wires that temporarily immobilize targets within their area of effect. Yeah. Slap that on the tool rack.
Well, you've done your bit. Time for me to do mine.
Good work. New order.
Let's share this memory chip. Another movie?
I just about given up on this. I owe you one.
Well, I think that one might be Higgs' backstory, Higgs' diary. Yeah, it is. Yeah, journal entries.
Thank you for your contribution.
All right. Okay. Another package for the Elder. Another package back up to Lake Knot. What orders do you have? Standard order to the engineer. Famous writers' fountain pens. An old-fashioned writing implement. All texts were once written by hand, using pens like this. Elegant pen. Up to the elder. The good old days. Okay, I'll take that. We might deliver that a bit later. Take a bola gun. Take a spray. Take another one of those. Another one of those. Oof. Yeah, offload that for now. Alright, back to work. Oh, Jesus Christ! That's okay. Just a minor bit of damage.
Excellent work, Sam. You've brought 3 way stations into the fold. The preppers are on the grid and the chiral network is looking better than ever. We're planning to use a regional distro center as our next way station. But that'll have to wait. Got a priority task here. A mess in need of cleaning up. We need you to recover one of Lake Knot City's system servers. They sent it out for repairs and mules hit the transport on the way back. The server contains validation data for a new delivery system we're deploying. Once in place, it will use the chiral network to automate deliveries. To us, it's invaluable. To the mules, it may as well be a toaster. A toaster they'll happily tear apart for the chiral crystals and rare earth metals inside. If we don't act quickly, we could lose that data. So get your ass to the mule's drop site, snatch the server, and bring it back to Lake Knot City.
Okay, this is what they used to...
order in myself.
This is what
Check
they
your
used to
cufflinks
create
for
the buddy
details.
bots. This is what they need to create the buddy bots. The basic ass buddy bots that you don't get to use yourself. We have to play for a little bit longer to get to the real buddy bot. Okay. Pick that stuff up. Our truck is in bad state here. Okay, let's put everything in there. Yeah, I may as well just stick everything onto the truck. Shame you can't put mule trucks in the garage. Yeah. I kind of like it all the same, though. In the early game, the mule trucks are kind of precious before you get the ability to make your own trucks. I think if you do an offline playthrough as well, vehicles become just much more valuable generally. You know, if you're not using other player structures at all. Okay. Making good progress? Yeah. Oh yeah, we've loads of time to do this run. Just not sure how much extra stuff I want to do on top of just the standard story playthrough. Okay. Yeah, stick everything in there.
Thanks.
Astray with the 25, thank you. Yeah, really intrigued to see what the vehicles are like in DS2. Hopefully we get a significant improvement on the way they handle the physics. Like we were talking about yesterday, it would be cool if you got like vehicle combat and stuff. Yoji Shinkawa is really into cars, by the way, if you didn't know. Yoji Shinkawa gets a lot of his inspiration from cars, vehicles. So for Yoji's sake, hopefully they'll have better vehicles in part 2. Didn't know that? Yeah, he spoke about it on in a fairly recent interview. I think it's up on the official Kojima Productions YouTube page. There's an interview with Shinkawa. You know, he talks about Kojima and how he loves movies and films and the influence that it has on him. But he says he has no interest in films really at all. He says he gets that a lot of his influence comes from his interest in cars. Right, I'm not sure why I'm here. What do I have in the private locker? Oh, yeah, we have these other deliveries here as well. Let's put those on the back as well. I hear about the snake eater thing happening in NYC. No. Yeah, that it can't carry all that much. I'll leave some of this stuff here for now. Konami is building a ladder that scales. Okay. I thought you were I thought you were being serious at the start there until I read the next part of that message. I put that in the private locker. That'd be cool though if they created the real life. They recreated the ladder meme in real life somehow. Get Donna to sing the theme live while someone climbs up the ladder in cosplay. Right, I'm going back again. This always makes me think of Resident Evil when I've played Death Stranding like this. You know, like you're in your safe room, you're getting ready to go out. Will I take this ammo? Will I take this green herb? Right, back for boots. I've always enjoyed this whole process in Death Stranding. Just kind of fumbling around, taking your time. Spending an age on the menus, looking at stuff. Alright, I'll take 2 pairs of boots. We'll attach... Oh, yeah, you can't hang the boots if you're wearing a skeleton. The power skeleton, there's a little bit of a trade-off. You get the benefits of the skeleton, but you can't attach the packages to your legs or boots as you normally can. Okay. Wait, so what the fuck is this thing that's attached to my right shoulder? Oh, I'm right. I bought 2 pairs of boots. Okay. Do I have any PCCs? I have 1 PCC. Okay. I'm going back one more time to get another PCC. All right, now I'm done. We need to go over to that mule camp, steal some servers so they can create buddy bots, so they can get their automation going.
Weapons restrictions lifted.
I'm gonna take it slow here. He does it. Oh boy. Yeah, we're already spotted here. Jesus Christ, the rackets. Whoa! Oh, what was that jank? The metals. Do the metals have to be 100% damaged to become useless? Like, if I damage the metals, if they take 50% damage, will I still be able to get all of the juice out of it later? Will I still be able to use all the metals? I want to see how far Sam can throw this, given how heavy it is. Okay, how damaged is it? Oh, Jesus. Okay, did I bring any container spray with me? 100% damage. Well, there goes all those metals. Ooh, I wonder if can I continue? I can keep using the damaged package here. Oh. You son of a bitch. I do have container spray, but I don't have time. Okay, we'll just do it the fucking boring way and bowl a gun these assholes. A great throw there. Okay, that'll do. Container spray. Couldn't see it. Very satisfying. Okay, put that spray away. I think there should be more of them up there. Let's see how much damage the contents take now. Hello there. Take that bowler gun back. Love how he hugs the package like this if you go into a sprint state. Oh, please. I'm very slow at the moment. Uh-oh. I'm about to pass out if they hit me one more time. Okay, sloppy job, but we did it. Oh my god, my stamina! Oh, I have nothing in the canteen. Oh god.
Talk about hitting the wall hard. Well, enjoy it. At least while it lasts.
Looks like I can't rest here. Hold on.
Well, at least you know your limits, huh?
Here we go. Take it easy. Clear the camp now. Will they wake up if you sleep? Yeah, I think you need to rest for them to wake up. Go for a little snooze. Go for a little 30-second snooze. Love how he unfastens his stuff there, so we can get into a slightly more comfortable position.
It hurts.
Forgot your blood levels restore when you sleep too. The director's cut has a few new tracks. A few new needle drops. I don't think any of this ambient stuff is new. I don't think it added any new ambient original score. This is a good moment for me to take a break. I need to refill my glass of water. I need to take a piss. I'll be right back. I'll let you sit here with Sam for a bit. Be right back.
Emily, thank God. Emily, thank God. Emily, thank God.
Okay, I'm back. All right, time to wake up.
Okay.
Okay, let's see if we can get this server. I think it's gonna be in one of these post boxes. System server. Tools, lost cargo. Or ceramics for the roads. Might bring those as well. There we go. Alright, cool. Back to Lake Knot. Another truck there. Well, we'll go back to the one we have. Our one is pretty busted, but it's not... It'll still do the job. It'll still get us back to Lake Knot. One thing we discovered last time in our previous playthrough was that roads actually make your vehicles invincible. As long as you keep your vehicle on a road, it'll never fully degrade. Oh, okay. Damn, it's still kind of warm in here, even with this air conditioner on full blast. Right, slap all that stuff in there. May as well stick all that stuff there too. Okay. What about all this other crap? Ceramics, high density. I think it's a very collaborative effort between both Kojima and Shinkawa when it comes to designing the aesthetics of the world. But you know, it's Shinkawa's skill that creates the visuals, the style. I remember that both of them talking about the aesthetics of DS in an interview way back before the first game came out, and they said that it was a real challenge. They wanted to create a balance between something that felt futuristic and something that felt like realistically blue collar. You know, like we're to fit in with the idea that we are this delivery man doing this manual labor. You know, like right down to the straps on his suit and all of the fasteners and stuff that the packages get attached to on Sam's body, like needing all of that to look kind of realistic and grounded and down to earth in a way, but while at the same time being while it all exists in this absurd sci-fi world. I think they did a really good job with that, because it is a pretty unique kind of sci-fi world in this.
Thanks.
You know, when it comes to the aesthetics and the gear, the tech, the equipment. Yeah, originally the game was going to be more horror-like. It was going to be much darker. It looked much more horror in tone when you look at some of those early concept. When you look at some of the early concept art. San Mato at the 4 years, thank you. But yeah, Kojima's lucky to have found such a great art director who he's been able to work with for so many years, almost his entire career. It's interesting as well, you know, Shinkawa is like the total opposite to Kojima. He doesn't like the limelight at all. He's always there in the shadows. Rarely interviewed. Doesn't have any kind of public persona, really.
Still got it.
But, they've obviously had a good partnership for almost 30 years. It's always cool when you get a rare insight into Shinkawa. The rare interviews that you do get are always interesting. Oh. No. Okay. No. Some classic Death Stranding jank here. There we go. Okay, we heading back up to the lake? No, you're not. Oh god, I was worried there with that noise was an empty battery. It was just a little rock in the river. Hey, Teppy. All right. Off we go. The nearest road is actually a ways away here. Easy, easy. Okay, I think I have another PCC. We're right next to Herman anyway. Oh, okay, no, the road has extended a good bit here. Except it's cut off. How many DS playthroughs have I done? Ooh, I think I've done 3 to like total completion. All right, let's charge this up.
Construction complete.
Nope, not ready yet.
Oh, there's another generator there. Ah! Don't remember a low roar track playing here. I guess this only plays if you take a certain path back to Lake Knot. Suitably, it starts raining as soon as it kicks in. I might get stuck here if I'm not careful. Oh, we're cutting off already? Oh, it's because I entered mule territory. I didn't know. Damn, I don't remember the mule territory here extending all the way out to this part of the region. Oh, that's actually a really big area there. I don't remember that. My bad. Van, I'm sure sometimes he wishes he could escape the drudgery of the office life. Do another and engage in another form of drudgery.
Scanning bridges ID. Verifying ID. Welcome to Lake Knot City. Proceed to distribution center. Good morning, Sam.
Oh.
Welcome,
Okay.
Sam Porter Bridges.
Someone's out of fun.
Welcome, welcome. The Herald man said to expect you. Oh, you've got the server. Here, let me have a look at it. Nice. The great deliverer comes through again. The server's in perfect condition. It's a real relief to know all our records are safe. Thank you so much.
Sam, I've added a reverse trike to the list of supplies you can fabricate. Lake Knot City was kind enough to provide the blueprints as thanks. I'd tell you all about it, but, didn't you used to have your own? Same deal. 2 front wheels, 1 rear, battery powered. Fitted with an auto-charging unit that kicks in when not in use. Requires skill to drive over obstacle-strewn terrain. Best suited to long, flat stretches, yada, yada, yada. We're working on securing you another vehicle, so you can look forward to that too.
Okay, thank you. Is this where we get introduced to this incredibly silly Higgs sequence? Or is that later?
Thanks, Sam. With that data, we can finally move forward with our plans for the new automated delivery system. I'll tell the boys to start testing the bots right away. Now, you'll need to take it to the distro center south of Lake Knot City. Check the delivery terminal whenever you're up for more work.
The preppers had some things to say about Fragile. You sure we can trust her?
That business with Higgs, thought I told you she hates him with a passion. Enemy of my enemy as far as I'm concerned. Don't take my word for it, though. Just ask her and judge for yourself. I'd like it or not, we need her help.
Sam, it's Fragile. I hear you brought 3 preppers into the network and delivered everything they needed. That's some good work.
Long as we're shooting the shit. You mind telling me what the deal is with you and Higgs?
Been hearing stories, huh? I'll tell you all about it. In person. Meet me at the distro center, south of Lake Knot. You're headed there anyway, right?
Good work. New order available. Please act.
Yeah.
Sam, a lot of
Damn.
clients are requesting you by name. Now, while there are orders we need you to accept, which are critical to the expansion of the chiral network, there are others that you can take or leave at your discretion. It goes without saying, though, that it's in everyone's best interest for you to do as much as you can. And more work means more rewards.
Yeah, Gooch, I think Quali does a really good job in these little tutorial dialogues. I never had an issue with her VA there. I do have an issue with some of her scenes later. Her, the mocap for her is very distracting. Her big mouth and teeth. Very uncanny valley. And it's kind of awkward because it feels like they're trying to show... Like, you get these big close-ups. As if they're trying to highlight the mocap and, like, what they're able to do with the facial capture. But it just looks off. Whereas in other scenes, it can look really good when they're highlighting the character faces. The cave at the start of the game. The close-ups on Fragile. With the tear falling down her face. The chewing of the cryptobiote, the close-ups on Sam. Like, a lot of the close-ups look really good in this. But with Quali, I don't know. I think there's something about her face which doesn't capture well. I'd like to hear more about why Asians are hard to mocap. Kojima commented on that, didn't he? Yeah, I think just, you know, certain faces are built well for mocap. Some faces aren't. I also think it might be part of why we see so much of Mads through the filter of the BB pod. You know how it kind of stretches his face a bit? And I think that makes it easier to digest the performance in those scenes, because later on at the end of the game, even though some of those scenes at the end of the game are cool, there's a lot of really wonky looking mocap from Mads at the end of the game, like where he has this dead-eyed kind of 1,000-yard stare that doesn't look right. Although in the war scenes he looks pretty solid. In the war scenes he looks good. But yeah, I remember some of the scenes at the end in the hospital room, he looks kind of wonky. But yeah, maybe a time and budget thing as well. They probably had a lot of time to work on certain scenes, brushing them up, and maybe not as much time with other scenes. Okay. To Thomas Southerland. Because he's in South Knot City. Prototype auto delivery bot parts. Yeah, because we're setting up these autonomous bots. Autonomous delivery bots can only be used within the chiral network area. You need to take a prototype to the distribution center south of Lake Knot City and test it out. If the test is successful, this could be a real game changer for porters and civilians alike. Road construction. Yeah, we're setting up we're paving our first road here. Take that. And our first pizza delivery to Peter Englert. Deliver fresh pizza to Peter Englert in Shelter 2384. If you don't deliver it within the time limit, it'll go cold and you'll need to keep it flat too. Otherwise, it'll be spoiled. Peter Englert, who is, of course, Higgs. The name being a clue to who you're delivering to here. It's a combination of the two people, I think, that developed the Higgs theory. Was it Peter Watts? Peter something, and someone Englert. I forget their names. Hey, Storm.
A prototype bot for transport. Now, you'll need to take it to the distro center south of Lake Knot City. If these autonomous delivery bots prove reliable, they could revolutionize our supplies distribution network. A lot's riding on this, so be careful out there.
Okay, I think I'm good. Peter Higgs.
Make sure you carry pizzas properly at all times. If you do something stupid, like turn it on its side, you'll ruin it.
You'll ruin it. You know what? This one is timed, so let's actually cancel that order for now. Cancel the pizza delivery.
We've prepped a prototype bot for transport. Now, you'll need to take it to the distro center south of Lake Knot City. If these autonomous delivery bots prove reliable, they could revolutionize our supplies distribution network. A lot's riding on this, so be careful.
Yeah. You don't need to tell me again. Ah, Christ.
Thanks.
An anonymous gifter. Thank you for gifting a sub to Mia Malkova. Much appreciated. What am I doing here? Who's she? Some kind of gamer? Let me see here. I don't know what the fuck I want to bring here. I have too much stuff. These fucking mule camps can't... Or these mule trucks can't carry anything.
Order assigned. Sam, if you're gonna build new road, you need to get to the paver first.
Oh yeah, all these metals and ceramics. Let me Just dump all of this stuff in my private locker. Ba-ba-da-ba-da-ba-do-ba-da-ba-ba-ba. Load onto the truck. Okay, now I think I have everything that I need for these deliveries. For these main orders. All right, let's do it.
Thanks.
Anonymous gifter, thank you for gifting a sub to Bernie Sanders.
Sam, looks like you're coming up on that auto paver. Get it going and you'll have yourself a road in no time flat.
It was Mel Gibson fan. He was here recently, wasn't he?
A highway used to run through there back in the day. The first expedition team left behind a paver, but to finish the job, you'll need more than that. You don't have the materials for the paver on you. Okay then, head back to Lake Knot City and grab what you need. Or if you're feeling resourceful, you could try scavenging for supplies with your cargo scanner.
Oh, I have to bring my own shit? I just assumed it was part of the order that you gave me the supplies that I needed for the first one. I love the little AI pods on the pavers here. Okay, well, I'll add the chiral crystals. Need a couple of hundred metals, ceramics. Okay, let's go back. Stick in the crystals. I'm playing on PC.
Thanks.
GTA 3. Thank you for gifting this up to Jeff. Ooh, fancy fully upgraded generator.
Beginning scan. Scanning bridges ID. Verify welcome to Lake Knot City. Proceed to distribution
Thanks.
center.
Thank you for gifting us up to Peter Higgs. Storm, are you going to be playing DS2 on release? Are you getting a PS5?
All clear. Welcome, Sam Porter Bridges.
Thanks.
Right, yeah, that should do. An anonymous gifter, thank you for gifting a sub to Sasha Gray.
Beginning scan. Have a pleasant and safe travels.
Thanks.
Have a pleasant journey.
And foot fetish, thank you.
Weapons restrictions lifted.
Stretch my legs.
All right, let's pave these roads.
Great job,
Damn.
Sam. That road is a sight to behold. This is only the beginning. Creating a transport network that spans the continent is key to our future. That's why it's important that you utilize any and every paper you come across to rebuild our highways and byways. Imagine how much easier your work would be if you could drive from coast to coast.
Oh, that's funny, getting that dialogue while he looks like he's about to fucking die here. Our max stamina is almost completely empty now, I think. How's our stamina looking? Oh no, it could be worse.
Right on.
All right, let's hit the road. Let's hit the fucking road. Maybe I'll go back to get as many metals and ceramics from here.
Thanks.
I'm really not thinking ahead today. Luminous. Thank you very much.
Beginning
Thanks.
Scanning bridges ID. Verifying ID. Clear. Weapons detected.
99 more hours of Threedogg. I know, how will you ever put up with me?
Thank you.
Niche gifted a sub to Naughty America Let's Play.
Welcome to Lake Knot City. Proceed to distribution center. Welcome, Sam Porter Bridges.
Some real degeneracy going on in the chat at the moment. I don't know if I like it. During all these wholesome deliveries, during all this wholesome gameplay. What else do we have here? Metals. How much can I fit? High density. There we go. That'll work. Okay, that's all I'll take for now. Good, we have connected. I need to start saying that when
Thanks.
chat upsets me. Thank you for gifting a sub to Family Therapy.
Have a pleasant journey. Weapons restrictions lifted.
This chat needs therapy. Alright, down to South Knot. On my busted ass mule truck here. Whoop. You can't get me up here on this road. Bum, bum, ba-da, dum, bum, ba-da. I sing songs about balls. Yeah, I do. And sometimes I might take that too far. But I feel like generally I balance it well enough. There's something much grimier about the degeneracy going on in the chat right now, though. It's grimy, it's under the surface, it's insidious. Who is this anonymous person? What is their goal? Why are they doing this? The ball songs can be whimsical and silly. Okay. Where are we going? We stop off at Herman's? Except, no, I can't fit any more metals or ceramics. Maybe I could, actually. Like, I could put some on the front seat. Go take a look here. Ba 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 da da ba ba da.
Thanks.
Niche, thank you for gifting a sub to suck my balls, chat. Was Niche the anonymous gifter? No? Well, I guess we'll never be able to know. I'm not going to be able to put all that in the front seat, I don't think. Oh. Mr. Man was telling us that cargo highs are a real thing. When Mr. Man is a delivery driver and he says when he's carrying big hauls in his truck, it gives him a bit of a high, you know, it changes his mood. He's got stuff to do. There's stuff to take care of. There's a lot of stuff in the back. I better perk up. Ah, I can't get in the vehicle. I don't think I'll be able to put much in the front seat. He also does the same thing as Sam when he's like, you know, when he's full up, he'll put some in the, put some stuff in the passenger seat. Sometimes he has me on the passenger seat. I don't know if he does that anymore, but he used to sometimes put the stream up on the passenger seat while he was out making his deliveries. Okay, let's put some more of this stuff back. I think that'll be too much as well. I think I'm gonna have to get everything that's at the. I'm gonna have to get rid of everything that's at the top there. I think. Ah, fuck. Bam, bam, ba-da. Oh, I think it shows me here. Right, this is marked blue in the menu. The two ceramics on top, they don't have that same color. Let's test it with just one extra thing, but I don't think I'll be able to bring this. It's worth experimenting, though, just to see. Oh, no, you can take one extra. Okay. There we go.
Weapons restrictions lifted.
All right. Truck has seen better days. How much health is left in it? Damn. Ooh. 9% durability. It'll be fine. Okay, let's cross this little river again. Oh. That's got to be 8% now. I have no fucking clue, Caney. I don't order enough shit. Actually, no, let's leave that paver there.
Okay.
Not really the most crucial one. Up we go here. Another generator we can take advantage of. Ba 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 da ba 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 da ba da da ba ba da ba da da ba ba.
Hey, buddy.
Thank
You're on
you.
the electricity fire right now. Okay.
Look at all this labor. Rebuild the roads. How much do I need to add for this one? Oh, Jesus Christ. It's because this one isn't even on the network yet. Okay, maybe we just won't pave any of these roads yet.
Come on, let's roll.
Okay, pretty smoothly done, at least.
Beginning scan. Scanning bridges ID. Verifying ID. Clear. Weapons detected. All weapons.
How's the truck looking? Still 8%. Or was it 9% before?
Will be locked until departure. Decontaminating suit. All clear. Welcome, Sam Porter Bridges.
Hey, Sin Life. Is the subtle beeping sound after scanning with the Audra deck the MGS low health noise? I don't think it's exactly the same. But I guess it's a similar kind of beeping rhythm. Okay.
You're Sam Porter then? Been expecting you. We were told you'd help with the bot testing too. But before we get to that, let's see how she's doing. Pretty as a picture. Got nothing bad to say.
Yeah, with regards to the materials that can withstand the time fall, I don't think they ever talk about it.
These bots aren't designed to operate outside the network service area. So let's get the distro center linked up already.
You'd think they should be, like, wearing masks and stuff as well, right? When it can be so damaging to human skin. But they want you to be able to see people's faces. So, we're not covered from head to toe. Those hoods are pretty flimsy in the grand scheme of things, you know, given how dangerous the rain is. I mean, the hoods can look pretty high-tech, but still. That rain is pretty lethal. We do get a gas mask at some point, but it's not to protect us from timefall. All right. Ba-ba-da-ba-da-ba.
I'll start prepping for the tests. You sit tight and wait for HQ to ring.
Much obliged, Sam. Now the bots can enter the final phase of testing. I designed them myself, you know. My hope is that they'll lighten the load a little bit. Unlike human porters, if one goes down, it won't cause a void out. Before the death of Stranding, scientists used to fret over the singularity, the possibility that someone might create an AI smarter than any human. But it never happened. Machines don't cause void outs. They can't die. They don't have beaches. No matter how far they come, machines will never understand death like we do. And because of that, they'll never truly surpass us. Get on the delivery terminal. I'll walk you through how to use the bots. And don't worry, I'll keep an eye on things from over here.
Is the ponytail gone in DS2? Yeah, some people don't like Sam's ponytail. It never bothered me
These
in this.
autonomous delivery bots are designed to process some orders for you. Simple, run-of-the-mill orders.
I thought he looked okay with the ponytail, and you know, it's practical. Maybe you'll get more options with his hair. Maybe you'll be able to choose in DS2 how you wear his hair. Bots don't have beaches. They don't have an afterlife. The beach is the realm that connects the world of the living to the world of the dead.
Cargo transported by a bot is liable to get a little roughed up if the road's poor. On the flip side, a bot traveling on a well-maintained road is more likely to deliver cargo in better shape. Also faster, in case it wasn't obvious. Keep that in mind when sending them out.
Viewer loves the man bun. How can I trust anything you say, though, bad humans? Especially coming in like that, it's with such a random comment. It's immediately suspicious. Why are we bringing up viewers' love of the man bun all of a sudden? Bad humans out of nowhere in the chat. How can I trust this? Why do I need to know this in the first place? And then why would I trust it? Everything about this is suspicious. Viewer, are you there? Can you confirm this? It's not my fault you ignored my messages from 3 hours earlier. I didn't see your fucking message. Everyone always taking it so personally when I don't see a question or a message. I didn't see it. I wish I did. I would have said hello. I'm always happy to see you, bad humans. Delivery. Pre-stranding texts on American history. Let's send them up to Lake Knot then. Is this a standard bot order that we have to do? I think it is. We get to see Buddy Bot for the first time here. Here he is. Here he is. I hope he makes a return in DS2. Oh, that's kind of one shitty thing, though, about our Buddy Bot, the one that we get to use later. I don't think you can get him to sing. Oh, imagine if you could command him to sing a little tune. I wonder, is he singing something specific there? Is that is it a reference to a song? Sounds like an old, swing record or something, like an old 50s tune. The Buddy Bot is adorable in this. He's great fun.
Now we wait for the delivery bot to reach its destination. As of today, there's just one, but if the test succeeds, we'll move ahead with mass production. Then you'll be able to dispatch them yourself. Oh, seems I misspoke. We managed to slap together another delivery bot for field testing. You can decide how to use this one.
They're already taken over.
Sorry, baby's fussing again. Thanks.
They're already replicating.
We'll talk later.
Good work, Sam. These autonomous delivery bots will benefit everyone, from folks in cities and way stations to preppers out in the back and beyond. But you must be exhausted. Why not take a break? I bet your BB could probably use one too. Head for the private room. Go on.
I'm gonna have another dream. Like he dreamt he had fragile skin. What happened to her happened to him in his dream. Why the fuck are you in my room using my shower? You don't even respect
Didn't
my
mean to
privacy?
startle you. You were sleeping when I dropped by. Thanks for the shower.
Okay.
Right.
I guess I'll let you away with it then.
Look, I gotta ask. I've been hearing things about you.
She's in bed with terrorists. Don't trust her. She's just another dumbass Higgs fucked over. She's a goddamn hero, that woman. Tell me, Sam, what does America mean to you? Way my dad made it sound. We were something special. The glue that
sometimes. I feel like he doesn't really need to create so much drama out of this Fragile narrative, this whole arc and the mystery of Fragile, if she's a terrorist or not, if she's responsible for the bombing. I guess I just don't think the way they set up the mystery is all that interesting to begin with. You know, when you're going around to the different preppers and they all have their different things to say about her, like it's all pretty one note. And then he heightens the drama so much here. But like everything we're doing in between is this kind of slow-paced traversal through the environment, making our deliveries. It's like he really wants it to have this kind of action cinematic story at the same time, when I think maybe the story would have been better off in a lot of cases if it was just more subdued as well, like the gameplay is often subdued. Sometimes, although like at other times I do like it when it gets more dramatic and when it gets heightened, like the big cliff sequences, some of the more bombastic action sequences. But yeah, I don't know if the whole Fragile arc works particularly well. Yeah, I think I still like the story in DS overall. I just think it's kind of wobbly. I think it gets off to a good start. I think it ends well. But then just in the middle section, I kind of find it to be a bit wobbly and imbalanced. Kojima and Subdued can't exist? I think it can. You know, like I think there are quieter, more tender moments in this game that work well. Well, I like a lot of the bombast and melodrama too, don't get me wrong. There's just some of it that's I'm not so sure about. What's the story behind the energy drink not being Monster anymore? It was product placement. And they probably had a contract for the original release of the game that would have to be renewed for other releases of the game. I don't know exactly, but you'd imagine it was something like that, given that it was advertising. I don't think the idea was to have Monster in the game initially. But I guess they made a deal. Oh, is this when she leaves cryptobiotes for the first time? One little thing I like in this game is how Sam gradually gets a taste for the cryptobiotes over the course of the game. And by the end of the game, he's gobbling them down. He has a funny little moment with Fragile at the end that circles back to when they first met in the cave, you know, and she kind of gives him a little smile, laughing at the fact that he's now loving these cryptobiotes he was so repulsed by. I do like a lot of his little moments with Fragile in this, and the connection that they grow to have overall. Their final parting scene before he heads off at the end. I like all those moments at the end when Sam is saying his goodbyes to the cast. The moment he has with Dead Man. And chooses to disconnect himself from Bridges entirely so he can save Lou. Really curious to see how they follow up on that ending in DS2. That they don't tell me if they've said in the trailers. You know how he goes against the laws of Bridges at the end to hold on to BB. He was given this order to burn Lou. I think there's a lore entry in the game where they compare them to tardigrades. They also talk about an old Japanese film as well in reference to the cryptobiotes. We might get that later. One of the memory chips. Want to take another one? Degrades. Ooh, fancy. Tardigrades can effectively suspend themselves until rehydrated. Which is loosely what cryptobiote translates from frozen life. Ah, okay. You know, that's one thing I never thought about, actually. Just the name cryptobiotes. I don't think I ever looked that up. Go on, finish the job. Ugh. Some of Sam's little expressions are great. Yeah, come BB. That little shiver.
Hey, baby.
Oh, he definitely has some snake in him. All right, we head out. Mads is in trouble. What did you do, Mads?
Hey, Sam. Those new sites you've brought into the network have helped us to restore more of our archives. Unfortunately, I still haven't managed to dig up anything about the BB's origins. And I'm completely locked out of BB-28's service record. If I could at least access that, I might be able to tell you why you've been experiencing those strange episodes. Well, I'll keep at it. You do the same.
Sam,
Mysterious BB
check
experiments.
the terminal for available orders.
And Die Hardman comes in with his cold orders.
Higgs set Fragile up.
Eavesdropping again.
It's all in your cuff logs. And with the aid of the Cairo network, we were able to restore Middle Knot City's regional archives. The records corroborate her story.
Don't need you to tell me what's true and what ain't. I could hear it in her voice. Son of a bitch fucked her over good.
No reservations about working with her then, I hope.
Good news, Sam. The bot you sent out made it to its destination. The test was a success. Got another one prepped for you to use. Take you with my thanks.
Yeah, that was a nice little exchange. Sam having no interest in what the fucking network said about the events. He's trusting the human connection that he has to Fragile. You can tell just by listening to her.
One more thing, Sam. A new delivery type has been added to the terminal. Your hard work's getting noticed. And because of that, there's been some talk of offering a premium service. Now, it might seem like a hassle to willingly take on extra restrictions, but if you succeed, you'll boost your rep even more. So, if someone asks you to deliver within a time limit, you could counter it by setting the limit even lower, thereby earning yourself a better evaluation if successful. Now, if you're feeling up for a challenge, give it a try.
Hey, how's it going, Pew? Welcome back, Guns. Can you post a link related to MGS? That's way too vague. What kind of link? What kind of video? Let's see. Hold up, PNTN, did you just ask me what my favorite ringtone is? That just flew past me in the chat there. Someone asking me what my favorite ringtone is? My favorite ringtone is the one in GTA 4. Bad bitch is gonna stay on the line. I wanna suck a man, they're gonna stay on a man. That's the American dream right there. Can take on the world listening to that. Oh, you meant from this game? Oh! Yeah, I think my favorite might be Fragiles. Or is it Mama's? Kind of like a little high-pitched jingle. The road pavers make the London Bridge is falling down theme jingle. Burr, 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 burr. The YouTube video is Snake underestimating Zelda. Is it a Smash Bros video? Yeah, okay, go on. Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead. Right. What the hell am I doing here, man? Well... oh, Cyberpunk. Recovery chip. V. Chip engraved with a mysterious symbol. Alright, Mint. Another $500 and I'll do this next mission here. And then an extra 200 for... And then 200 for every following Cyberpunk mission. For every subsequent Cyberpunk mission. No. No. All right, I'll do it. Oh. Chiralium gauge delivery up to... Oh, we're going up to the weather station next. Okay. All right, I'll take that. Oh,
Order assigned.
Thanks.
Sail with the 57 and the 50 streak. Thank you, thank you. Cheers. Okay. We've all this shit in the truck here. Let's remove all that. Stick it in the private locker. 1 PCC. Ceramics, the metals, we can stick that in as well. Yeah, I think I'll just take the bare essentials with me here. Maybe take 1 more PCC. One ladder, just in case. All right, let's hit the road. Okay. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba-ba. Ba-da-da-ba-ba-ba.
Beginning scan. Have a pleasant journey. Good morning, Sam.
Every time I say let's hit the road, I think of Frank Booth in Blue Velvet. Raymond, let's hit the fucking road!
Weapons restrictions lifted.
Alright, I'm gonna take a piss and then we'll hit the road. The cliff fights on Very Hard took me like 40 minutes or more each because he and his crew can kill you so fast. Yeah, I went into the second cliff fight on Very Hard without any equipment once and with barely any health items. And I was stuck there for hours. I never finished it in the end. I gave up. I'm sure I could overcome it. It was just a real grind. It was very tough. Yeah, give me a second here. I'll be right back.
No one's home.
It is happening again. It is happening again.
No one's home.
Okay. Hold on a second. Lamono Flow with the 10-pack. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Sale, did I thank you for the 57? Niche. Anonymous. Cheers. Ugh. Cheers, Lamono. Another annoying thing about the cliff fights, from what I remember anyway, you know, when you're doing it on the higher difficulties, like getting an understanding of how the iframes work, how the respawns work, you know, how long it takes for him to call the skeleton boys back and respawn, how to get the most out of your damage when he's on the ground, the kind of slow awkwardness of needing the prompts for the kicks, and it's kind of easy to bump into him and lose your balance and drop shit. Yeah, it can be kind of weird trying to figure out like how you're supposed to approach that fight. You know, if you're really trying to play the fight at a high level, it can be kind of hard to understand. It feels like there's a lack of clarity sometimes with how some of that stuff works. Yeah, like getting a feel for his health, getting a feel for his iframes, his whole iframe situation when he has that like shield on him. It's a bit jank. All right, let's get up. All right, up to the weather station. I think kicking is the best option when he's on the ground, even though it seems kind of silly. I think you are better off kicking him than, you know, blasting him with a shotgun. Yeah, Arizato, it'll be interesting to see. I mean, everything about DS2 will be interesting to see. Just the whole... Interesting to see the direction they've gone in. How it evolves from this game. What elements they emphasize from the previous games. From the previous game. How much they'll focus on the traversal versus the combat. Seems like there is going to be more of a focus on combat. I'm not going to watch the video now, Machine. Sorry, if you were posting that in hopes that I would watch the video, like, on stream, I'm not going to do that. I don't take video requests on stream. Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing all that stuff, Leonardo.
Thanks.
You know, it's the traversal and like the logistics sim management aspect of this game that I really enjoy. So I guess that's what I'm most looking forward to in DS2, just seeing how they've handled all of that stuff. What new tools we get for making deliveries. How all those systems work, the new tools, the new package mechanics. The way traversal works, what new things they've added to the environment, new threats within the environment. Biz with the 19 months, thank you. Ba ba da ba 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 ba. Ba-da-do-da-do-da-do. If it's a Smash Bro codec, I've seen it already, yeah. Wait, is that what it was? What is it? Was it a Smash Bro? I've seen all the Smash Bros scenes.
Damn it, man.
I'm very familiar with Metal Gear. Allegedly. Maybe I've never played a Metal Gear game. Who knows? What path am I gonna take here? Go up this way. Wonder what they're going to do with BTs as well. Again, because I haven't watched trailers, I have absolutely no idea if BT enemies are even in the game. Like these kinds of BTs.
Pretty fucking scary, huh?
Will BTs also be a common threat, I wonder? You know, when you're going from A to B, making your deliveries. We can romance the BTs in DS2. Ooh. The heat bars. We're getting the heat engagers. Heat smash. Oh, I'm quite a way I'm way off here. Or maybe not too far off. I think don't think there are any BTs up here, so we can probably... Yeah, we can probably start sprinting here. Am I going to pull an all-nighter and stream DS2 from midnight? I don't know what I'm going to do yet. But you can be sure I'll be playing the hell out of it when it launches. And I'm sure I will be playing it when it launches. Like, on the dot. Nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is one time where I can justify the deluxe edition to myself. If I'm democratically voting with my wallet, it would make a huge difference, I'm sure.
Beginning scan. Scanning bridges ID. Verifying ID. Clear. All weapons will remain locked until departure. Cargo verified. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Weather. Alex Weatherstone. Here's your thing. Pyralium gauge delivery.
Delivering cargo.
Hello. Sam Bridges, right? We've been expecting you. The gauge you brought is going to save a lot of lives. Let me do a quick inspection. Oh, wonderful. It's in perfect condition. Thank you.
We'll probably switch soon, by the way, and play some more of The Thing. We'll do this next mission, where we go down to the farm, get the low roar wide vibes, and then we'll switch, I think. I think that's the plan. After this next delivery. Okay. Hold on. Just scrolling up in the chat, I thought I missed something earlier. Are you familiar with The Thing, Mr. Freed? Have you played it?
Once you connect us to the network, we'll be able to share our measurements with everyone. You mind doing the honors?
Yeah, are you a fan? It was getting pretty tricky at the end of the last session. I died like 3 or 4 times. We got a sudden difficulty spike with the enemies where I really needed to start being more careful with how I managed the team and everything. And the combat got more interesting than I thought it was going to be, too. You know, when you're shooting the first few monsters, the little thing babies, it's very, you know, basic, fighting those endless hordes. But now it's actually getting a bit more interesting. Oh, you know, I meant the game, Mr. Freet. I meant the game, not the film. Wait. We got our floating carrier. I love these floating carriers. They're also adorable little things. Not as adorable as the Buddy Bot, but still kind of cute with how they function. Bobbling along behind you. We can create PCCs, little safe houses. Homemade private rooms, which we can teleport from. Yeah. One cool thing that I only discovered about the private rooms last time I played, if you're in another player's private room and you go to interact with the terminal, you can only listen to music that they have unlocked. So if you're on like a completed file and you have all the low roar available and all the music, you'll only be able to listen to their music in their private room. Really nice little touch, I thought that was. It kind of took me by surprise. Last time I was playing the director's cut, I thought there was something wrong. I was like, well, what the fuck? Where's all my music? And then it dawned on me, wait, I'm not in my private room. It was cool, you know, it made it feel like I was in someone else's little home. There might be other little touches like that as well. I'm not sure, like on the racks, on the weapon racks and things like that. There might be little differences. I know there's color differences.
I'm sure they told you, but this weather station was built before the Death Stranding. Bridges 1 came and fixed it up. Unfortunately, we lost contact with our weather satellites a while back. Interference from chiral clouds. So it's been tough to measure chiralium levels and predict timefall. But thanks to you, this weather station can finally function as intended. You made our jobs easier. Now let us do the same for you. We won't let you down, I promise. Take care.
I see you got the weather station back online. Excellent work, Sam. When a region is integrated into the chiral network, it's also brought closer to the beach, in a manner of speaking. There's a significant impact on chiralium levels, and measuring that impact is one of the Cupid's primary functions. The more we know, the more accurately we can determine where to expect timefall and when. Without the chiral network, we'd be left guessing. Oh, and thanks to your latest accomplishment, you can now review the weather forecast via your
ominous.
Check your map. You'll see. Ought to come in handy when you're planning routes. I'll keep an eye on the chiral density from right here in my lab. It's not too far from South Knot City. Keep processing those orders and you'll put that region on the grid soon enough. Good luck, Sam.
Good work, Sam. That's one more site on the grid. Keep it up and we'll be finished before you know it. The weather station's forecast should be visible to everyone on the chiral network now. Yourself included. You can access them via your cufflinks. Could be useful when plotting your routes.
Good work. New order available. Please act.
Okay. How many orders do we have? Wheat seed delivery to the timefall farmers. That's the only real main order we have. And then we can create a safe house if we want. Oh, yeah. These are director's cut orders, aren't they? The VOG stuff. toxic gas, you really do need to worry about timefall on the containers with those ones. Okay, let's build this safe house then. May as well. Wheat seed. Take the wheat seeds from the weather station to the Timefall farmers in Shelter 3752 and ask them to join the chiral network. The Timefall farmers are conducting research into whether Timefall can be used to accelerate the growth of various crops. If their experiments are successful, they should be able to produce bumper harvests in double quick time. Genetically modified wheat seeds for use in Timefall-assisted crop cultivation. And I'll leave the VOG here. Maybe we'll do that one later.
We've added a timefall shelter option to your PCC. They're perfect for keeping you and your cargo dry until the weather improves.
He's packing!
A floating carrier is a kind of tractor car. Chiral crystals keep it suspended in midair, allowing it to move unimpeded over rough terrain. You can load one up with cargo and tow it to your destination with minimal effort. If one's not enough for your needs, you can hook it up to another and take two. Just keep in mind that carriers require a steady supply of chiral crystals to operate. Make sure you have enough to get where you need to go.
This can be a bit misleading when you hear it for the first time. It really doesn't take too many chiral crystals. It does use them up, but it's a slow usage. They slowly deplete. And Caster with the 5-pack. Thank you very much. Cheers. We have a lot of shit here. Let's put the floating carrier on the ground. Let's put all these special alloys on the carrier. Stick those on the carrier as well. Beautiful. You never use the floating carrier, really. The floating carriers are really useful. Even more useful in the director's cut because you can take one of them on a zip line. I'm not sure how slow the depletion rate is, but it's slow. You don't really need to worry about it too much, as long as you're not like down to 10 chiral crystals or 20, 30 chiral crystals. If you have a couple of hundred or 100 at least, it'll last for a good while. Speaking of, let's see how many I have.
Congratulations, Sam. Your PCC's leveled up, so to speak. It now has the capacity to produce more complex structures. I'll let Mama fill you in on the details.
Sam,
the
I've added a safe house schematic to your PCC.
Yeah. I think that's a director's cut only thing where you can bring... maybe I'm forgetting, but in the base game, I don't think you could bring any floating carriers with you on a zipline. In the director's cut, you can bring one. You know, whereas on land, when you're traversing the environment, you can have two tagging along with you, attached to you, but you can't bring two with you on a zipline. It's limited to one. Well... Okay, I think we're good. I didn't need to bring another PCC, but I'll take it anyway, I guess.
Okay, Sam. Find your way to the building site. Use your map and compass if you don't remember the way. I'll contact you with additional instructions once you get close.
Look at my little carrier. Isn't this just adorable? Oh, we have another piss community here. That isn't a full... that didn't dawn on me yesterday either when we found one of these. This isn't what it looks like when it's complete. So we should add to this. Yeah, we've a lot stored up too. There we go. I'll stop at 500. I think 400 or 500 is the max anyway. I remember we experimented with this last time too, but I can't remember how that all worked now. You know, a certain amount of ml will give you a small mushroom. And then another amount will give you a medium-sized mushroom, and another amount will give you a large mushroom. I think you need to piss 400 milliliters or 500 to get the biggest mushroom. Oh, did my piss create immediate cryptobiotes here? I think it did. Nice. Nice. Okay, hold on. Let me experiment again. What if I take another piss straight away here?
The fuck kind of porter are you? Pick a spot.
What? I'm picking a spot right here. You were fine pissing here a minute ago. Is it because my cargo is in the way? There you go. All right, that's all I'm doing.
Sweet fucking relief.
Seems like it takes a few seconds for them to manifest. I always have to explain the best thing about the piss in this as well, the piss mechanic. On the dual sense, you need the dual sense for this experience, for the definitive pissing experience. But they really try and simulate the act of pissing in that you press the L2 button to zip down your pants, and then you press the R2 button to hold your dick and piss. And while Sam is pissing, only the right trigger vibrates. Because that's, you know, to simulate the feeling in your dick. To simulate the feeling of the piss coming out of your dick and your vibrating dick. The L2 only zips down. And you actually feel Sam's dick in your hand when you press R2 on the DualSense. We're not getting any more cryptobiotes out of that. Alright, let's keep going. Elaborate? I mean, that's what it does. Oh! They're back! Do they only come back when you don't look at them?
There we go.
Yeah, like it really stands out when you do it for the first time because it's kind of weird just to have one little part of the controller vibrating like that. Like right underneath your trigger. Oh yeah, and if you empty your tank, you know, when you're dribbling out the last couple of milliliters, the vibration slowly fades. You know, like it's a heavy vibration when you start pissing and the tank is full. It's just like real life. You know, you're dying to take a piss. And you're really feeling it. No, it doesn't look like we're getting any more. This is so much more acceptable than the chat's degeneracy earlier. I'm just explaining these strange mechanics. I'm still very disappointed, though, that they didn't do more with the piss mechanic. You know, at least they should punish you for not pissing. You know, if you let the tank fill up completely. And that would have been such a great mechanic. And I bet Kojima thought of it as well. I bet he thought of it, but he decided against it because he thought it would be too annoying, or his team went against it or something. You know, thinking back to Bald Riding and shit. Like, surely they had that as an idea at some point, that if you don't watch your bladder, you, like, fall over or something. If you let it max out. You know, what if your bladder maxed out and then Sam just fucking started holding his crotch, falls over, you get punished, you damage your packages because you didn't keep track of your bladder. It would have been so funny as well, you know, you forget to keep track of your bladder and like you're in the middle of a mule camp and suddenly you fall over because you need to take a piss. Obviously, they could have done other stuff as well, like have Sam piss himself if you don't watch your bladder. You know, like right there, just before I experimented with the cryptobiotes, I was maxed out on 1,000 milliliters. You can't go past 1,000 milliliters.
2 wheels up.
There should be a punishment for that.
Let's get that safe house built.
You good to go, Sam? First, equip your PCC and select Safe House.
A full bladder should attract land sharks? I don't know about that. But maybe. No, I genuinely think that would have been a good idea, you know? Have a punishment built in for not watching your bladder. It would have affected the gameplay in a meaningful way. It would have been funny. At least you can still do things like fuck up equipping your weapon because you have your dick equipped instead. That was one of the funniest things that happened on my first playthrough. Pressing the right on the D-pad, trying to equip my weapon, quick equip my weapon, and realizing I had my dick equipped. That moment of panic. Oh shit, my fucking dick is equipped. That's why he's not taking out his weapon. Okay, what the hell am I doing here? Please tell me I brought everything that I needed to bring here. Oh yeah, no, it's the PCC level 2.
Always like the quiet.
Safe house, foundation.
Okay. Still not done yet.
materials over to the safe house sooner rather than later.
No steps for me here. No, I have to climb up. I have a lot of crystals.
Thank you, Sam. This safe house will be a boon to countless others in the long run. I'm not just talking about the porters who'll use it as a stopover on the way to the weather station, but the people they help and the people they help. We're all connected to someone else, Sam. But you'll have the honor of being the first person to rest there.
I'm not sure if I am gonna rest here, actually. Mr. Hardman.
Weather forecasts can now be viewed via your cufflinks. Should come in handy when you're on the road.
At the fucking weather forecast. I thought this was such a cool little concept here to introduce, a cool little system, but ultimately it's never really that useful in the game. You never really need to worry about the timefall that much, or like need to know when the timefall will be there. But I'd love to see them expand on this kind of system. Just thinking of DS2. Just the idea of having a weather forecast in a game like this feels fitting, you know, when we're traversing the environment with the damaging rain, and you know how it's the natural environment that is the threat in this game. Yeah, I never really bothered to use it much at all. Yeah, might be cool to see them expand on it. Yeah, I don't think I need to rest, really. I think we're good to go. Yeah, here's the weather forecast. Wind and timefall. Blue areas indicate timefall. The arrow indicates wind speed and direction. Changing the forecast time. Up and down can be used to alter the time for which the weather forecast is being displayed. Yeah, you're seeing some differences up here. Take another look at it later.
Predicting the weather is akin to predicting the future. Some animals have a kind of sixth sense that helps them to avoid danger, but we have something far better. The ability to gather data and act accordingly. Only humans possess this power to plan ahead. We have the capacity to live each day imagining what tomorrow will be like. And our imagination once gave rise to a rich, vibrant culture.
All right, go off, Hartman.
Somewhere along the line, we lost sight of tomorrow. We reduced ourselves to animals, focused only on the here and now.
I'm a little bit busy at the moment, Hartman. A little bit focused on my delivery here, but I appreciate your philosophizing. Okay, we ready to roll here? Let me stick my cargo on the carrier. we gonna build BuddyBot? Of course.
Nice.
We just can't do it yet. Some tracks from his final album. Is it already confirmed? Oh, really, Tenrai? I'm looking forward to whatever new Silent Poets is in the game. We only get 2 tracks in this game, but they really stand out. One of the few Japanese artists that do music as well for the game. Woodkid was working very directly with Kojima, I think, on the music. Like, he was in the studio working day to day. Was he working on sound design as well as music? I think I might have heard someone mention that he was like working on sound design. And that DS2 will have like more of a focus on like contextual sound and stuff, like things that change, sound that changes depending on your behavior and your status in the game.
How you doing, Sam?
We're just going to avoid these mules and run around the outside here. Anthony, your brother died a couple of years ago. With all your faith in something beyond the grave, this game made a stunning impression on you. Cried many times with a smile, especially at the end. Hey, man, I'm sorry for your loss. I'm glad the game resonated with you. I hope you enjoy the second part. Yeah, I've heard lots of similar stories where a lot of people kind of grow to have a very personal connection to the game for various reasons. People who played it for the first time during COVID and things like that.
Nobody out here but us damn fools.
Dima interview on Low Roar. I received an email from Ryan's family saying that they had some unreleased songs. They asked me to mix them and use them. I'm not Ryan after all, so I refused at first. However, last year they sent me an album with the songs mixed together, so I used some of the songs from that. Okay, okay. So it looks like we will be getting some Low Roar in part 2. I wonder, was that album he was sent the same album that released publicly? Maybe he said that before the album was released?
Beginning scan. Scanning bridges ID. Fragile Express ID verified. All weapons will remain locked until departure. Cargo verified. Thank you.
All right, here's your seeds.
Delivering cargo.
Bridges has always been so good to us. Amelie was a dear friend in the early days. She saw the value in what we were doing and led the effort to get our farm up and running. We've been waiting a long time to join the chiral network.
Let's have a look at that wheat you brought, shall we?
Well, I'll be. Did you really bring us this much? How on earth did you manage? Oh, bless you.
By the way, you wouldn't happen to know Fragile, would you? If you see her, pass along a message for us. Tell her, thanks for saving our hides. If she hadn't stepped up, South Knots and our farm would have been wiped off the face of the earth. She's a hero. And you can tell her I said so. All right, the network. Think you can get us online?
All right. Delish. Third mask. I like your idea. It'd be funny to do a playthrough where you try and get worst possible rank on every... That'd be harder than an S rank run. Yeah, I bet there's loads of lines that I haven't heard. You know, if you fuck up your deliveries when you get the low ranks, because you get different dialogue for the lower rank deliveries.
So, Sam, you've been run down by mules after they pinged your cargo, right? Well, to help prevent that from happening again, we've upgraded your own cargo scanner. Say you're about to get pinged. If you time it right, you can return the favor and cancel out their pulse with your own. They'll be none the wiser, and you can carry on without worry. Timing is everything, though.
Toasty with the raid. Thank you very much. Welcome, anyone coming in from Toasty's stream. Ba-da-la-da-do. Ba-da-da-do.
Thank you. Now to start really using timefall to our advantage. Our farm will be a world first. Truth be told, we've got some test fields, but without the ability to predict timefall, the results have been less than stellar. The timefall around here was fairly regular, so we had a reasonable idea of when to plant and when to harvest. But then the terrorists went and threw everything out of whack. Too many dead, too many craters. Weather became impossible to predict. The network's forecast ought to help us get back on track, thank goodness. If all goes to plan, we'll be able to expand our operation and use timefall to cultivate whole swaths of land. We'll continue our genetic research too, of course, and see if we can't find a way to help develop a sustainable ecosystem. Hell, maybe we'll even stumble into some answers about the timefall while we're at it. We got our work cut out for us.
It's Adam Jensen, yeah. Jensen. I haven't played the game.
I can't wait for the harvest.
That's the way, Sam. Halfway there. You can do it. Huh? Well, would you look at that? You've only just brought the Timefall farm into the network, and already we've got new orders. May as well make use of the return trip.
The grind never ends. Oh, would you look at that, Sam?
Please access delivery.
More back-breaking labor for you. You thought you were going to get a rest? Is Love Island on at the moment, Viking? Is everyone watching Love Island? Okay, so we don't have any other main orders here. We have a couple of standards. Fragile. Oh, the Timefall Porter. This actually affects your private room. When you take this to south of Lake Knot, you get beer instead of energy drinks. So you can get Sam drunk in the private room. Get him to start fights with BB. Okay, but I think that's going to have to wait until our next stream. Because it's getting late enough now. It's almost 8 p.m. That was some pretty good progress. Ba-da-ba-da-doo. All right. Guys, we'll leave it there for now. I'm going to reset the stream. Change the title. Well, maybe I won't reset the stream, actually, but I'll change the title, put out some new notifications, play some music. Not Toasty, Shifty. I just realized I missed your resub earlier. Shifty, if you're still there in the chat, thank you very much for the resub. And again, all the work you've been doing for me over the subathon. Over the course of the subathon. Cheers, cheers. Okay, time to play the thing. Yeah, we're going to continue our playthrough of the thing. See if we can make a bit more progress. See if we can get past this one section that we were stuck on. And tomorrow at around the same time, hopefully a little bit earlier, we'll do another chunky Death Stranding session. And keep pressing forward. Bear with me here. I'll play some tunes for you in a second. While you wait, I might try and grab a bite to eat as well. Okay.